There we are. Oh, some strange noises. I have no idea what that was. That is weird. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Welcome and happy Halloween, everyone. And yeah, it was kind of weird. And hey, Oz gifted one membership already. Holy mackerel, I better catch up here real fast. Oz gifted one membership. Thank you very kindly, Oz. We'll see who gets that. And yeah, it's Happy Halloween. I hope everyone is, and oh, Alba Girl. Alba Girl just got the Happy Halloween gift membership there from Oz. That is excellent. Way to go, Alba Girl. And now you can use some of those other emojis as well. So that's excellent to see. And thank you very kindly, Oz. That is amazing and fantastic. So, question in the chat was, oh my God, now I got another one here. Grandma B. Grandma B. Gifted one. There we go. And we'll see who gets that one. The question was, where was this? Or for those who don't know, this is the Siggy Fisher, and that is up in the northwestern corner of Meridalier Valley on the Reykjanes Peninsula in Iceland. Hey, Cvet is here as well. Good to see you. A few too many pumpkins there, though, Cvet. Remember, 5? We limit to 5 emojis, just so you know. Let's not overdo it. It's Halloween. I'll let you get away with this one, though. So, not a biggie. No, it's okay. Once in a while, you know, we all slip up. It's all right. But let's not flood the channel with it, and or the stream. That's all cool. Anyway, glad to have you all on board. And it is a wonderful day. Apparently it's supposed to snow later here tonight, and then just for a little while though, and then somewhere around midnight or so, and then tomorrow afternoon, late afternoon, the snow is supposed to start, and we're supposed to get a whole bunch. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, glad to have you all on board. Of course, like I said, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where soon it will be the Great White North, as our namesake implies. Who got the cookies? Well, the cookies were gotten by one and only, and Lizoid. And I will give him some cookies right now because he was the first one in. Whoop, my cookies aren't coming out there. All right, get out of the bag, cookies. There we go. And we got that happening. Storm Chaser is getting scary. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. And there you go, Lizoid. You are very welcome, sir. And anyway, so yeah, this footage was back from August 11th of this year, of course, minus the pumpkin. That is just a Halloween prop. We can probably move it or hide it or do something with it. We'll see what happens in whoa, hey, that pumpkin just took off. Actually, that pumpkin should be sitting up on the hill here watching that lovely volcano. Anyway, let's get at things. First off, welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy, as well as possibly Gary, 24/7 Live. He's at Skies, hiding in the background somewhere usually. And then we may have Joseph Fields, as well as Lucas Snow hiding in there as well. So all good, and thanks moderators for sneaking in and hiding in the background, and all good that way. Although you can pop in and say hi, we don't mind that. Anyway, what's new today? Well, a little bit of a shaker in Italy, but I don't think that's going to really affect too much. It wasn't that big, but still a reasonable size, just over 5. And let's see, what else we got? Well, really not much. Everything is kind of just chugging along at the same pace. So anyway, let's get at saying hello to everyone first, and we're going to start out with Sasha and Juliet and Hermione, and as well as Fluffy, and then we've got Sophie in here, of course Lizoid, Henry Nelson, Kevin Haynes, Alba Girl, and Mona Alfano, Trevor T, Winky Wonky Donkey, and let's see, Oz, Brumby, also here. Welcome, Oz, and glad to have you here. Sarah Miles, Sue Hayes, did I say your name? I don't know if I did or not, but welcome anyway. We got Henry Nelson, I think, and going up some more, looking for other fine names in the wonderful list here. Storm Chaser 1211, also on board. Good to see you. And who else we got? Sandra Rockland in here. Did I say Sasha already? I don't know if I did, but welcome. And going up some more, looking for others. Juliet is in the house. Welcome, Juliet. Scott Hartman also here. CVET69 and Grandma B. And thank you, Grandma B and Oz, for throwing those one membership gifts out each, and that is appreciated. And welcome to Tom Dice and Pepper. And let's see, going up a little bit more, looking for other wonderful names. And who do we got? Sliding up some more. We got Juliet, got Kevin, got Henry already. Alba Girl was the one who got one of the gifts, and that was the one that Oz gave out, so that was excellent to see right off the bat. And scrolling up some more, trying to locate some other names. Who else we got in here? Chatty bunch, but hard to find names. And Lex Modding, welcome. I'm not sure if we've seen you in here before, but glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else we got? Scrolling up here, trying to find other names really quickly, and sometimes that's not easy. Nancy Buchanan, welcome back. I'm glad to have you on board. And Mark the Shark, aloha Mark, glad to have you here. And scrolling up some more, we got Sue, got Juliet. Clark Hull is also in the house. Welcome, Clark. And still scrolling up some more here, looking for other fine names. Kirst Chaplin, welcome. Glad to have you here. Judy L is also here. And I am up as high as I can go on the list. Going back to the bottom, let's check who else I might have missed. But I think I got most of you now. Sally 14701, Holland. And welcome from Holland, I assume. And who else we got here? Yeah, 5.5 in Italy. I mentioned that already. A little bit of a shaker there, and we'll get to that right away here. Actually, we can probably show that fairly quickly, and we'll park our canned lava here for a minute and get rid of all that fancy stuff on the. Well, I can actually leave that there. We'll turn that off, and maybe we'll turn. Actually, we'll turn the lava off here because that can is finite. And there we go. I like that. I do have some other break time footage loaded up here. So of Cumbre Vieja, which will be a little bit of a change and kind of nice. Anyway, let's go over to the earthquake map here. I want to get it on my screen first. just to make sure, and then we can take a look at it. Now it depends on whose you look at. Some places are different than others, but let's have a look here. And of course, whoop, what the heck happened there? I was over in Europe and it ran away on me. There is Italy, the boot of Italy and Sicily, and here's that earthquake. And it is indeed a 5.5. It says 11 kilometers south of Tortora Maria, Italy. And if we zoom in on that, we can see it is out in the water, but there are lots of places around it. Let's go to a street view so you can get a better idea of where the population is there. So you've got some cities here on the side, so pretty awesome. Not too far away from Naples, and that is over here. So that is not very far away in that sense. Sorry, right there. I went here. I should have met. Naples is there. So they may have felt it over there as well, but that is definitely where it is. If we look on the other map, I probably have to refresh that and try to zoom back in on it. And of course, there it is, showing there. They only show it as a 5.1. And the depth there is 269 kilometers. So it was quite a deep quake. And I'm not sure why one is showing as, and they call it 267.9 here. Why one is a 5.5 and the other one is a 5.1? That's quite a big difference, but hey, you never know. That might be revised in a little bit. Anyway, thought we'd share that real quick. Let's turn that lava stuff off here for a second. And even the ticker can go away. And there we go. And how about this other guy too? And of course, that is what Reykjavik is looking like right now in Iceland. And that is cloudy, very, very cloudy there. If we go back, and we'll go back about 7 hours, what we usually do, just to get a brief view of what the day was like. One of the things that I really note when I'm looking at this picture is the angle of the sun, and that is, you know, it doesn't come up very high in the fall and winter time, and that is what we're seeing here, a very low sun angle. This is one of the other shots. Whoop, this one here, 7 hours ago, and roughly about there you go. Again, clouds, a lot of clouds there today in Iceland. So I'm a with a bad habit, a numb with a bad habit. Oh, mummy of hamsters, you're a numb, none. I want none of that. Anyway, long shadows. Yep. Very long to say the least. Anyway, we'll leave that guy back on live so we can see that's what it looks like right now there. If we go over to this one, we didn't have very much visibility. I'm actually going to go back about, oh, I don't know, 10, 11 hours and 11 and a half hours just to see. And we weren't able to see Katla. And it was raining there and stuff like that. So poor visibility for the most part. And, you know, it's all of Iceland kind of being that way right now. Usually we get some places that are a little bit better looking than others, but still, at least we kind of get the idea. The sun did come out for a little while, but unfortunately, it wasn't doing us any favors. The clouds were still socked in the background there, and that is over at Katla. And normally we, of course, would see the ice fields in the background here. but because of the cloud, we don't see any of it. Anyway, I'm going to skip that back to live. We'll leave that be, and we will go over and take a look at our wonderful harmonic tremor chart. And there is our Philadelphia harmonic tremor chart. We're going to refresh that just so we're up to date. And there is what we're seeing. It's an upswing, and I always like when things are going up, and that is pretty cool to see. We do see a couple of quakes in here, and very noticeable, and then we got a smaller one right there, so very, very cool. I'm okay at work, dressed up like a nun for Halloween. The reactions I'm getting are priceless. Oh, I guess that would make you nunny of hamsters. Is that what it is? Nunny of hamsters? I'm trying to be funny. I don't know if it's working. Wessex Dragon, welcome. Leo Carlson, welcome. And happy Halloween to you guys. John Raper also made it in. Good to see you. And yeah, excuse the nun pun. See, there's another pun. The nun pun? Never mind. Okay, bad. I'm being bad. All right. Anyway, Philadelphia upswing. Quake in there. We'll take a look and see what that was. And we'll slide up a little bit more, and we'll take a look at what's happening over in Astra as far as the harmonic tremor chart. And let's see, there's Astra, and does it continue? You bet. And we are seeing a continuance here, a little bit of a break in between here, which is kind of odd and weird, but we do see a continuance. And some quakes that are pushing it right off the scale here. So there's some interesting stuff going on. And since we looked at Astra, let's slide back down. We're going to take a look at Grimsey, and which is up in the very, very northern portions of Iceland. We're going to take a look there. And let's see, Grimsfall, Grimsey, there's Grimsey, and we notice that spike in there. So that must have been a fairly big quake, because it seems to be on every one of the charts so far. And we'll find that out right away. Actually, I know already, but we'll find that out. It's even on here, so you know, it must have shaken pretty much everywhere in Iceland with that particular quake. And there it is again on this one. And pretty cool to see. It must have been a fairly good sized one. And I actually know where it is, but we'll get there. We're going to take a look at the map in a second. I'm going to put this back on Philadelphia. And there we go. And that quake, of course, is the one I'm referring to. Let's go have a look at it and see what we got. And I'm sure you can tell already where we are and where that quake happened. Looking at that map, and we have a 4.18, and that is the one we see there. It's 8 kilometers down. It came in at 1457, and that is at Grimsvatn. And no, Grimsvatn, not Bardabunga, but close. Bardabunga is here. No, hang on. Where's Bardabunga? Or maybe it is Bardabunga. Hang on, let me look where I am. There's Grimsvatn. It must be Bardabunga. You're right. It is Bardabunga. That was my bad. There's Bardabunga. And why is it going off at Bardabunga? It should be at Grimsvatn. It's the wrong place. Come on, lava workers, you're shaking the ground in the wrong spots. Anyway, there it is. That was my bad. I thought it was at Grimsvatn, but I see it now. That's down here, so it missed. And I guess the aliens that made the quake didn't quite hit the target. Maybe they were afraid something was going to erupt. I don't know. Anyway, let's take a look at our stuff down on the Reagan's Peninsula. Yep, volcano wake-up time, and it is. We need some action. It's getting boring. We really do need some action. You know, when we have these little tiny 0.5s, 14 kilometers down from yesterday. No, today, 22:37. And then we have this 0.66, 5.6 clicks down, 8:39 a.m. Very small 0.05 and 1.5 kilometers down from 12:48. And that is right out on the edge of the peninsula. We had a little stack here of 3 right in Grindavik. And these are 2.4 kilometers down for a 0.49. And that was 1:14 a.m. This other one, 1:07 a.m., 0.25, 2.67 kilometers down, another 2.5, 2.4 kilometers down from 1:53 a.m. And I don't think anybody would have even woken up with those tiny quakes. Let's continue on, take a look at what else we got here. 0.53. 6.3 kilometers down, 319. Then a very small guy here, 0.34, and that's 135 kilometers down, happened at 3 p.m. or 1500. And of course, this is our Ragnar area, Ragnar, and then Siggy Fisher is right about here. And of course, that is all called Fragadalfjall. And when we go up near Kalir, we do see some older ones up here as well. Again, very small, 0.274 kilometers down, 4:53 a.m. for that guy, 0.68, 8 kilometers down, 5:22, 3:48 a.m., 0.21, 3.1 kilometers down. And then at 5:24 a.m. we had a 0.45, 5.6 clicks down, and that is right in the Kalir area. That would be the top end of our Fragadalfjall system, and I don't think that is really going to mean much right there, right now. Looking at this one here, 0.19, 4.7 kilometers down, 1 a.m. for him, another 0.1, 4.9 kilometers down, 1:08 a.m. for him. Getting over here towards Krusavik, and that should be right there. We had a little 0.44 beside him, 5 kilometers down, 4:39 a.m. for that. We had a 0.82, 6.3 clicks down, and that was at 6:07. Again, really small, 0.62, 6.4 kilometers down, 15:11, and 1:59 a.m. a 0.49 or 48, 6.5 kilometers down, and really too small. I'm not even going to worry about those. Going to slide over a bit more. 0.95, 5.1 kilometer down from 11:32 for that guy. Let's go over here. This is Katla, and Katla had a couple. The bigger one is a 1.8, 9.5 kilometers down from 1721. Then we also had 1.1, 2.6 kilometers down from 1713. Welcome, Old Nick. Glad to have you on board. Who else snuck in here that I might have missed? Nobody yet. Okay, looking at this one, 0.97, and that is only 78 meters down. Makes you wonder what's going on. 11:20 a.m. for that guy. Then the ones are fairly close to Grimsvatn, and they are fairly small. 0.22, 135 meters down from 1513. And then we've got a 0.2, 5.2 clicks down from 2118. Next one is a 0.6, 5 kilometers down from 2052. And then we get over a little bit further to the north, 1.05, 7.4 kilometers down, 1456 for him. And of course, this big 4.18, 8 kilometers down, 1457 is the time on him. Then he's got some friends in the area here too. 0.97, 135 meters down, and that is at 1540. And this 1.13, again 135 meters down. 1515 is the time on that one. This 2.67 from 1456, that was actually just a minute before the other bigger one, but this one is 8.5 kilometers down. And that is it for that area. Let's move over to the east a little bit more. 1.8, 3.4 kilometers down, 1504. And then a 1.18, 5.2 clicks down. Oh, sorry, 2.5 clicks down. Dyslexia strikes again. 1503 for that one. Then this one, 1759, 1.1 kilometers down for a 1.1 in magnitude. And that'll get your ones right in a knot. Sliding up a little bit more. Let's go over to Astja and take a look at what's happening. There is Astja and the lake itself. Don't see that much around it. 3.3 kilometers down from 1804. But that's not the interesting one. When we get in here, very close to our herder one thing we noticed right off the bat, the swarm that was over here is no longer there. Where is it now? It's migrating. It's over in this area now. Before we had most of it out here, up in the northern portion. So it's starting to move in a little tighter to herder breed, and we are going to look at the sizes here. So the biggest one, of course, is this 3.25, and surprisingly, it's only 1.2 kilometers down from 1500 or 3 p.m. Want to take a look at these other ones here. 2.94. Kilometer and a half down, and that was from 1609. 2.7, 1.4 kilometers down, 1609. And please note, these are only 1.4 kilometers down, 1.6 kilometers down for this one. And if you have been paying attention the last couple of days, they've slowly been moving up in elevation, and this is scary. This one's a little deeper, 0.6 and 5.2 clicks down. There we go, 1.5, 1.6 kilometers down. And what else we got here? 0.8, 3.1 clicks down. Let's grab a couple more in this area here. 0.9, 4.9 kilometers down. What else we got under here that's shallow? This one, 1.4 kilometers down. 1514 is the time on that. We've got this 1.1 here, 4.2 clicks down from 2108. And then we've got this guy, 0.7, 4.2 clicks down at 1938. Let's see what these other ones are. 2.5 kilometers down for this one. And that is from 1703, and the other one here from 1811, also magnitude 1, 1.8 kilometers down. And it makes you wonder, are we seeing something happening? This 1.1 is 1.1 kilometers down from 1954. And let's try this 0.9. Yep, 0.9 and 900 meters down. And thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. 16:35 was the time on this guy. And let's grab a couple of these other ones a little further up. 0.7, 1.2 kilometers down. And that is from 2048. Now we got one here, 2246, 1.7, 4.7 kilometers down, a little bit deeper again. Then we get away from this stuff, we start to see the depths go back down. 0.7, 5.2 kilometers down from 1420. Let's try this guy, 1.2, and that was 7.4 kilometers down from 1341. This is another 1.0, and that is 1.3 kilometers down, 1902 for him. And let's grab this guy here, 0.92, 4.09 kilometers down, and 1237 for that guy. So it gives us a pretty good idea of what's happening. It really seems to be migrating from up top here and from the side. It seems to be getting closer to Hertebreed, and I'm wondering if we are going to see something happen under Hertebreed. Some of these are fairly deep under there right now, and I'm wondering if the plumbing is rearranging itself. That is a possibility. 8.5 clicks down for a 0.7 from 2016. This 1.1 is 4.2 clicks down, and that is from 2108. And that is okay. And then we've got, what's this one on the edge here? 1.7 kilometers down from 1631. We also have this 0.3, 7.2 kilometers down. So that is from 2322. And the further we go south, well, that one is fairly shallow yet. 1.1 kilometers down for a 0.2 from 2244. And then we've got, as soon as we get over a little bit more, we start going deep again. 5.3 and 0.3 of a kilometer down. 1525 is the time on that. So we've got a bunch in here that are now somewhere around the 1 kilometer mark down, 1 or 1.2 in that area. So are we going to see some kind of an eruption there? And I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed, and hopefully we will. But for right now, I don't believe that there is anything showing that we have an imminent eruption that is going to happen. This again could all calm down. It could all go away and take all of the stuff out. We need MBL and RUV to get cameras out there in the wilds of Iceland at Hertebreed. And Sue, that would be a really cool idea, but there's something else that is not out there that people have to understand. There is no infrastructure out there. There are no cell towers. There are no repeaters. There's nothing out there to bring the signal back into the internet system. And that's the problem. It's in the middle of nowhere. Like really, it is in the middle of nowhere. The closest settlement that you're going to have is going to be over here somewhere. And that is, I think, right around here. And that is a long ways away. You're not going to lay cables. And there's mountains in the way, volcanoes, and really there is not a heck of a lot in these areas. There's a small airport here, but again, if we go take a look at some of the other maps, we can maybe see what we've got there for roads. And here's your closest road that you see right there. And I don't believe there is any cell service on that. And if we do this real quick, I'm just going to kind of ballpark this 10, 20, 30, 40 kilometers off the road, roughly 35 to 40 kilometers. And that is even too far to send a drone out by itself, unless you actually drive down some of the summer roads that they have. And here's one of them, and I don't know if you can actually get down that road. That's, I think, one of the mining roads or something. But again, you know, to be able to get out there, still no infrastructure whatsoever. So if somebody does head out there, that would not be the smartest thing. And you know, it'd be different if a guy had, say, a small town here or something, but you don't have anything there. Starlink, yep, that's what I was thinking. We should get Starlink out there. And unfortunately, that is not going to happen just that quick. It takes a while. And anyway, it is break time, you guys, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it so far. And thank you everyone for being here, and hello to all that popped in. I see Arla Scott also made it in. Welcome, as well as Mars 2028. Good to see you, and happy Halloween to everyone. Let's see, who else did I may have missed here? Just scouting through the list real quick, and I don't see anybody else. But if I didn't say hi to you, I do say welcome, and glad to have you on board anyway. Anyway, it is break time, so typically break time we take about 5 or 6 minutes, and we watch out for that poppet cat. And I am going to put some different lava on the screen for the break. And this, of course, I'm not going to put the title on it. I will tell everyone, though. King Colin Deadman, did I miss you? I was wiping my feet on this purple robe here. Oops, sorry, I didn't realize you were there, sir. Oh... Anyway, I'll let you watch this lava. I'm not going to put a time and date on it, and I'll let you figure out on your own where it's from. Well, actually, maybe I won't. I'll tell you. This was Cumbre Vieja, and that was from, what is it, the 7th of October. Back last year, and there is actually sound to it, but I don't know how well you can hear that. Yeah, there is sound, but it's not that loud. Anyway, I'm going to put the music back on, so if you do hear some rumbling, that's what's happening in the background. But I'll leave that on for you, and I'm going to go take a break. For those good people who are here, please hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, for the new ones, if you want to join in the chat, or just subscribe to the channel for more wonderful experiences, by all means, give it a shot if you feel we've earned it. And on that mark, I'm going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that. Another flavor canned lava, nice find. Thanks, Juliet. I've been looking for more, and I know I have, but we'll see. I'll be back, you guys. Don't go away. And I am back. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. And I'm your host, DrFox2000. Of course, the stuff on the screen, it just finished. That can is empty. And that was some of our canned lava from October 7th of last year from Cumbre Vieja. And that was a pretty awesome shot. And that file's only like 10 or 12 or 15 minutes long, but still, it's a nice little piece. I figured I was going through the archives trying to find some decent lava without too much stuff, and that definitely had some lava in it. So cool. And let's go to another place that may have lava. I was actually kind of watching it earlier today, and of course, that is our friend Stromboli. Stromboli has gone quiet right now, but earlier, Stromboli was, during the day, it was actually fairly active. And unfortunately, because the sun was sitting right behind it, it was really, really hard to see. And thank God for the thermal, but on the thermal, we seen the lava spurting out up quite a ways, just about off the screen at times, and I thought, wow, so I better give it a quick mention. Anyway, that is what we've got there, and let's pop over to Italy. We'll get over to the other ones here. We want to have a quick look in Italy. Of course, everything got fuzzy, and let's see if we can get that a little better. I'm going to go back a little ways here. We did have one of the cameras off for a while, which is this one prior to this time here. So about 5 p.m. or just before 5 is when they got it back on. But it does give us a pretty good idea of what was going on. We can see the plume coming out of the top of Mount Etna and scooting off into the abyss behind the mountain, and of course creating a fairly nice silhouette of a sunset there. So that is what was happening in Sicily. Dr. Fox, do your clocks go back? The clocks go back on this weekend. On Saturday night is when the clocks go back. So Saturday's stream will be at the they'll all be at the regular time. It's just the clocks move around, and ours went back yesterday, and yep, I understand that, and ours will go the weekend following yours. So that's kind of what we got. And anyway, that is what we've got there in Sicily and Italy, and that is about it. Let's boogie on here, and we're going to take a look at a spooky moon shot. And of course, that is there in the Azores, and that is Sao Horte. Is the island we're on, St. George, if you want to say it in English. And ours went back a week ago. Wow, Leo, everybody's different. And, there should be a world time consortium that keeps everything straight. But that doesn't happen. Anyway, lovely picture there with the moon and being Halloween. That is really, really awesome. And we like that, so very, very cool. And I wish they would just pick a time and just leave it. Grandma B, I agree with you. It really makes no difference. It's just something that, I don't know, someone up the ladder thinks that it needs to be done. And in my opinion, it doesn't. The other thing, it's on the same mentality of, let's make computer passwords as difficult as possible using uppercase, lowercase symbols, and various special characters and numbers. just to confuse everyone, even though somebody wouldn't be able to guess the password potato head or something like that. And no, I don't use potato head as a password. It's just around the elephants. But what? Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on there, Piggy. Keep it clean. And no, never mind, Piggy. Don't go there. Oh, passwords. Yeah. It is absolutely bizarre with some of them. And, many people use the word password for their password. And I like that. Anyway, let's carry on. Of course, this is the island of St. George, and I'm trying to get myself onto the right screen here instead of yakking so much. Definitely see that beautiful moon up there, and we also see the lights over here of Pico Island, and of course that is a strait in between here that's about 18 kilometers away. So that's where Pico Island is. Just so you know what it looks like during the day, it's like that, but with the moon up there and the lights on. And you can see the harbor down in the forefront and a little town, and that is kind of what we're seeing right now. So they've got a very pleasant moonlit night for Halloween. I don't know if they celebrate Halloween there, but that is what it is. And moving on to our cove picture, and that, of course, we're seeing quite a bit of white water in here on the edges, and that is a good indicator that it is very, very rough out there at sea. So don't be taking your little rowboat out there. You're not going to make it. Definitely not. And just so you can see what it looks like, that is what it looks like during the day, and it gives you a better idea. We do see that rock on the right-hand side of that bay. That is all, of course, lava, volcanic rock in there, so pretty cool. And the left side is some kind of dock of sorts, and that you can see gets washed over a little bit on the edge there when it gets really, really rough. So anyway, nice to see, but let's go take a look at the earthquakes. That is what we're here for. And see if we're going to have any volcanoes erupting. And lo and behold, no earthquakes today there. According to this one, yesterday's we had two of them, 1.7 and a 1.5, but nothing today. And let's take a look at the other map. And I have to refresh that just to see. And okay, quick look up. Yep, there it is. I'm gonna make that map bigger. And nope, nothing. We are clean as a whistle today. No shakers whatsoever in the Azores. So everything very, very quiet. Of course, and that is the Eurasian plate, and this is the African plate. If we zoom that out a little bit, and we can actually see the other line here. That one is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and of course, there you go. That is North America. So this one here called the East Azores Fault, and that is the divider between a Eurasian plate and the African plate at that point. And that is it for the Azores. Still a lovely moon picture, no matter what we say. And I kind of like that. I think it's neat. And we'll put it back to that, leave it there, and we'll carry on. Next one is, of course, our Popocatépetl. And Popocatépetl has been troublesome, but oh, that's Fuego right now. Fuego is smoking. We'll get back to Fuego in a second. Let's look at the Popocatépetl. Anyway, I want to give you a scary thought for this morning to see what was going on there. And of course, there you go. the ski slopes are open for business. And anyone who's crazy enough to shush down the side of a volcano on a couple of boards, you're welcome to do that. But I thought that was kind of interesting. You see the snow level is actually down quite far, and that must have been a pretty good snowstorm they got up there. And Coco yeah, Coco's having some difficulties. Anyway, here comes the morning wake-up blast, and that is at 6:32 a.m. And I am advancing it at 5 seconds per interval here, trying to expedite this a little bit. And that is a beautiful view, and of course that is a lot of ash coming out of there all of a sudden, and really, really cool. And I did see that, Piggy. Thank you for the 5-minute warning. And yeah, so a little bit of material coming out. And again, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the future with Popocatépetl, it being a little bit more active as of late as well. So pretty awesome. Anyway, if we move ahead there, we get back to seeing what it looks like without too much on top of it. And there, the sunshine on that wonderful snow, beautiful ski slopes. And you can see that it is progressed down quite a ways, and you could probably ski all the way down to about there. I wouldn't want to do it though. Fresh powder though, anyone who wants to go, you're welcome to it. And then what was it? We had another couple of little plumes. This one here at 8:31, and that was kind of a double whammy. Gave quite a bit of material off, and not sure if that was two separate vents going at the same time or what it is, but it does look that way. So that is kind of what we were seeing there. And I think I'll leave it there. It got into the clouds after that for the most part, and it did just come out of the clouds this evening. And that was about here where it came out at 5:26 or thereabouts. And it was nice to see the clouds clearing a little. Now let's go over to the other one, and of course volcano gray right now, but let's start out about 9 hours ago. And this is what we were seeing in Guatemala at Fuego. And Fuego kept on doing its thing today. Various blasts coming out of there, as you can see. And that is pretty cool. 8:06 a.m. For that one. And pretty awesome to see that. And then, of course, we got clouds for a while, so it was in and out. But the thing that I noticed, if we leave it right about here, and it's continuing to smoke the way, like pretty badly at that. It's kind of weird. It's almost like, hey, somebody put it on simmer all of a sudden, and we are seeing the smoke continue. And even if we move ahead a bunch, you can see it just continues, and it is not stopping. And that makes a guy wonder, even if we go another, so that is 9 hours, 26 minutes ago. Here's 7, well, let's get to about 7 hours ago here. Anyway, you see another blast come out of there. I was trying to get to a right spot here, but anyway, it kept on going, and you can see it's still throwing material out, and it does look like it's even got some material rolling down on the side of the cliffs here. So I'm wondering if there's a better view from the other side. Usually it is, right? But anyway, let's carry on here. This is already at just about 11 a.m. and it is still throwing out stuff. So it was going continuously, and that is pretty awesome. And if we go a little bit further, 11:30, roughly, and we see it started to slow down a little bit, but still had some puffs, and then after that, everything turned to that yucky, cloudy business, and we see that popping in there. So, unfortunately, not good for us, but that is kind of what we had there, and it goes back into volcano gray up to about here, and or just shortly there before. And let's see, there's another nice shot again at 5:05 p.m. Guatemala time, and that is really silhouetting that plume, and makes it look even darker than normal, but that's cool. I don't mind it. Anyway, if we advance that a bit, it did go back into the clouds for a little while, but the clouds actually reflected a lot of that wonderful sunshine in there, and I thought it was kind of neat looking for a little while. Let's see, if those clouds weren't there, it'd actually be pretty nice looking right now. Anyway, this is as it is getting into the darkness of the night, and that's what we're seeing. So just about 8 p.m. There. No, sorry, 7 p.m. 1700 is that 5, so 6 p.m. There we go. Got it figured out. All right. Anyway, it is break time, you guys. I'm going to put you back on the other one, though, and we are going to turn on the canned lava from this shot. Let's see if we can get that rumbling. And of course, that is Siggy Fisher from back in on the 11th of August, and that is cool. And we'll turn that other banner back on. And for those who haven't read the banner, yeah, Mauna Loa remains restless, and no significant change. And then what is the other one that is on there? Let me see if we get that going. Ebu is the other one, and Ebu, of course, having a little bit more of an increase in activity. So we'll get to Ebu soon, but for right now, it is time for me to take another break. And then from there, I am going to show some bacon seeds. We have some of those, and thank you, Piggy, for those. And of course, that is good for right now. Those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it and helping us out. It is free. And LOL, Gemma, Super Kitty, Dave and Claire here. At least Dave for sure, but Claire might be here too. And thanks for popping in. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, think about doing that if you feel we've earned it. And on that note, I am going to be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava. I'll be back. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Piggy going, Boo, did I scare you? Takes the mask off, and I really scare you. That was my trick. Now give me a treat. Okay, hang on, I gotta go over to the fridge. Hey, what the heck? Who taped Linda Schoof to my fridge door? Alright, what's going on here? Linda, can you explain that to me? Why are you taped to my fridge door? Doesn't make any sense. And thank you, Leo, and Mars, and Sue, and Kevin, and Sasha, and Count Fox. Welcome back, Count Fox. We love to count. All right, thank you, Trevor, and Dave, and Linda. What I sent a super chat, but I didn't see it go through, so check if you got it when you have time. I did not see any super chats pop in here at all, Linda. I don't know what's wrong. It didn't happen. Anyway, maybe it's the gaffer tape is getting in the way. I'm busted. Piggy did it. Okay. Yeah, sure. Blame it on Piggy. Anyway, it wasn't me. I'm innocent. Yeah. Piggy, I can see those rusty horns holding up your halo. Anyway, all right, Linda Schoof, I'll save you. Yeah, get that gaffer tape off of there. Duct tape, as we call it. And Mona Alfano throws in one free gift membership for someone. I still didn't see Grandma B's go for anyone, but Mona Alfano, I gotta write that down. And thank you very kindly, Mona, and gifted a one. There we go. Awesome and cool. Okay, bacon seeds. That's what we're gonna do. And I gotta stop that canned lava here. Oh, love it. By the way, I had to update my XSplit software, so there are some things that are a little bit weird about it, and I'm still trying to figure out where some of the buttons have gone. So if you find me fumbling, it's nothing new, but yeah, it's happened. Anyway, there's the last one from yesterday, and that was, of course, the piggy in a blanket or hammock or whatever he's in, snouting his way out of there, and that was cute. Anyway, let's carry on, and here's our first batch for today. The three little pigs, and this is before they set out to go build some houses, and they are very nice looking and cute. Peeking out of Santa's pants. Yeah, oh no, I don't know if we want to go that far. Spring pigs, yep, they are very, very nice. Next, and this one is more like a fall pig there. He's got some peppers and some tomatoes and some lettuce and broccoli and all kinds of things that a good pig would love to eat, and that is awesome. And again, he doesn't look very hungry. His belly looks pretty full, so he looks all right. It's a ham salad. There we go. Bacon salad and bacon seed salad. Yeah, Pepper Pig. I remember Pepper Pig, and that's that puzzle. But anyway, ham salad is a pretty awesome bacon seed salad. This guy isn't a salad, though, and he's out of his barrel having a sniff at some of the wonderful flowers. BLT, there you go, Henry. That is exactly what it is. Bacon, lettuce, and tomatoes. And that is awesome. Anyway, yep, daffodils, great. now hungry. Old Nick, it's okay. You can handle it. More bacon coming up. And let's see what we have here next. And boy, flowery bacons today. A lot of flowers in sight. And this guy looks like he's hamming it up too. Smiling, coming out of the barrel. I wonder if that's a pig thing. They come out of the barrel. Anyway, sunflower piggy. Yep. Next one is another flowered pig. And this guy's hamming it up out in the field, and that is awesome too. And Doc got good food in his fridge. Oh, Linda, you noticed there is some good stuff in there. Just don't touch the German cookies and leave my marzipan bars alone, okay? Last bacon seed for today, and this is what we've got there. A couple of swimmers. They went out for a dip. They had to have a nice bath after getting all that flower pollen all over themselves. So that's a bacon bath, yep. And swimming piggies, hogwash. Yeah. Definitely the hogwash. Still working on that, by the way. I tried that again today. It still didn't fit right, and I think I gotta start with something new or different. Anyway, let's take a look at some carvings. Since it's Halloween, only fitting to have some decent carvings in there. Of course, this was the last one from yesterday. The pumpkin and the tent in the background there, I guess, looking pretty cool in the forest. And let's hey, Yvonne Kunko popped in. Good to see you, Yvonne. And any good lava news, Yvonne? Just wondering. Any eruptions happening at Herdebree in Iceland? Just wondering. We noticed the quakes are coming shallow, so kind of wonder if you might have seen something. Anyway, thought that would make a warm day today, and thank you, Piggy. Anyway, that is a pretty awesome shot. A mermaid pumpkin. I would have never thought of having a mermaid in the pumpkin. That is truly a decent work of art, if you ask me. We want those German cookies on Dr. Fox. No fridge emojis. Yeah, sorry, Sharon Stewart. No, you leave those German cookies alone. That is, them's mine. Them's mine. Little Mermaid from Copenhagen. Is that where the mermaids are from? I didn't know that. And it's Yvonne. Yvonne the mermaid? I don't know, but I didn't hear of any eruptions, so I guess no. All right, we'll live with that for now. But just so you know, Yvonne, since you missed the earthquakes there, they are coming shallow, and they are somewhere around 1 kilometer down now, in comparison to yesterday, about 2 kilometers down. And 2 days ago, they were 3 kilometers down. So it's a progressive thing, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. And quakes are still up there, too. So that is pretty cool. Here's our next one. And again, this is an interesting carving of sorts. A horse with no name, and an old cowboy there, and that looks pretty awesome. Dr. Fox, can you keep the German cookies? We want the lava cookies. Well, hey, you can have the lava cookies. That's why we've set out a whole plate full. Anyway, next one. And if that doesn't make your train go down the tracks, we don't know what will. So another free membership. Okay, I'm gonna just say something here, guys. If your free memberships for right now, what's been happening is some of them have not been handed out. Okay, and we had 4 one gift memberships today, and I've only seen 1 being handed out. On my screen it shows 1 new member only, and that is telling me that the other ones are not being handed out. So you may want to just wait a little bit until we have some more people in here that have their opt-in thing turned on. And if you are not a member yet, that is the other thing I want to mention, is find out where your opt-in button is for accepting gifts. That way you too could get a free membership, since right now there are 3 showing up for grabs. And if those don't go, what ends up happening is the people get refunded for them. So, I mean, it is a very kind gesture. It's just if they're not going anywhere, it really kind of defeats the purpose. And you know, it's not a heck of a lot of money, but it's still the gesture is wonderful. But you know, I don't want to see it kind of going back and forth and not getting anywhere. Anyway, that train is absolutely wonderful, and that is a really, really cool carving as far as I'm concerned. And the next one here, there we go. And this is a horse and buggy, and that is very fitting for this evening, I guess. And search on how to redeem a gift membership, or how to opt in to gift memberships. That would be the other one, and that would be pretty cool. Anyway, I like that carving. That is a very fantastic, and so much detail in these. You know, you really have to admit these guys are putting a lot of effort into carving these pumpkins out, and I have to wonder if they have to do some glue work afterwards or anything like that, because some of that stuff is very, very thin, and I wonder how the heck they actually do it. So anyway, next one is this guy, and that is there's Tom Dice and Pepper, and they're out duck hunting. And that's you can see Tom there and Pepper waiting for Tom to do things. Yep, they're out hunting ducks, and hopefully Tom is doing a fine job. I found mine, Dr. Fox, but there's no option for accepting gifts. YouTube doesn't like me. Oh, I don't know how that works then, Yvonne. I'm sorry. I wish I had a straightforward answer. YouTube is vague in some of those things at times. All right, that's a neat carving. Yes, it definitely is. And again, you know, the detail in there is just phenomenal. And to be able to get the sunset and all that, so very, very cool. Vaseline to preserve, super glued to hold a dock. Okay, I didn't know that, King Colin, but that is neat. And anyway, a last carving here. And now I got to think of a new theme. Yep. Well, what's coming up next? Thanksgiving for the U.S. and then of course Christmas. So I don't suppose they got Christmas turkey or Christmas pumpkin carving. Anyway, here's our last pumpkin for today, and that is just to scare you a little bit because it is Halloween after all. And that is one ugly looking guy. Quality work, but if you were trying to scare somebody, you definitely would scare somebody with that pumpkin, and that is kind of interesting. I wonder how many hours it took to make this. You know, that's something I wonder too, Mars. It really, these guys must put in a lot of time and have a lot of patience to be able to do that. Love the movie. Okay, those pumpkins look pretty great to do some of them. Wow. Yeah, Kananaskis, seriously, they are definitely some very, very interesting patterns there. And it would take hours and hours and hours. And I know I would be going through a bunch of pumpkins and not just one to try to even make a regular pumpkin face, let alone something as intricate as this. So, real awesome. And again, a big thank you to Piggy for. I loved the Scotty one. Yep, that one was nice too, Piggy. And the Star Wars ones, and also the one for the Terminator. That one was pretty awesome too. There, that robot, and the T1000 is what it is. Anyway, let's carry on with volcanoes, and of course here is Merapi, and let's see what we've got happening at Merapi, because Merapi, I don't know, is Merapi happy? When we go back in time a little bit, I was hoping that it would have been out of the clouds, but going back, that is about an hour and 45 minutes ago when it came out of the clouds. We do see it continuing to throw out a bunch of cloudy ash slash smoke up top here, but really isn't doing a heck of a lot. And then, of course, when we go back a little bit further, we get back into the darker hours of the day, and that is at 3:29 a.m. I see one little spot of red up here, and that is it. So that's not what I call a tremendous amount of lava coming out. This, of course, 2:22 a.m. If we go back a little bit further, just to see 1:18, and still no lava in sight. Going back to 20 minutes after midnight, again, still no lava, and even further back at another hour back, and still nothing. So that's kind of what we see there at Merapi. We know it is off-gassing fairly decently, but that's kind of what it is right now. 7:27 a.m. there in Indonesia, where Merapi is located on Central Java Island, and we'll leave that be for a second. Let's pop over to Ruapehu and see if we can see it. And hey, there's Ruapehu. We can see it. And what is this strange stuff up top here? This is scary. I've not seen that for a while here. I'm familiar with these, but I have no idea what this vast empty space is up top here. I think it's called Sky, and that is pretty awesome. So there you go. You see Ruapehu at its finest. If we go back a little bit, we're zooming in on it a little bit here at different times, and some of the ski areas and stuff that, of course, are closed down for the season, I believe. Yeah, there we go. And oh, what happened? Okay, you can see the chairlift poles here. But obviously you also see there's a bunch of rock underneath there, and it's not happening as far as skiers are concerned for right now. But that is Ruapehu in New Zealand, and we can actually leave that back on live since it is such a nice clear picture today. Oh, they are zooming in on the live right now, and you can see how much snow is up top, and that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. And again, they're zooming in on some of that area. Quick peek at what the caldera actually looks like there, just so you have the idea. And that is what it actually looks like up top, the area that you never can see from that camera angle, right? So there is a lake up top and doing its thing, and some of that snow, and that lake would be up there underneath all that stuff. And you can see that we definitely have a little bit of snow up top, but not as much as we used to have. Still might be okay to ski up here, but I think that'd be a little dangerous because you got no place to stop here other than on the rocks. So let's try not to do that. Welcome to Evie Stardust. I'm glad to have you on board, Evie. And they're zooming in on those same areas again. Looks like it got a little bit windier there as well from the shakiness of that camera. So anyway, we'll leave Ruapehu be, and there of course was Merapi. Let's go over and have a look at Semeru. Semeru is buffering. Why is Semeru buffering? And let's see if we can back up a little bit here. Semeru was doing its thing, but it spent a lot of time in the clouds today. So we didn't see a heck of a lot coming from it. And let's see if it'll actually show something here. Oh, come on. Show me some lava. Okay. It's not wanting to show me anything. Come on. Okay, stubborn. I might have to refresh of that page to get it showing. Or they've turned it off and canceled the thing again, and that happens. I'm back to live. It's not showing up at all. And let's try this guy, see if they might have Krakatoa going. And I don't believe so. And nope, no Krakatoa. And going back here, I'm going to refresh this, see if it'll work. And oh, of course they want to put commercials in there. Of course we like commercials, don't we? Meow Mix, that's what everybody wants. And how about you get your groceries delivered? And then you go back to swirling, and there it is. And now will it let us back? I want to get back there to the lava, come on. And it's buffering again. Okay, we're going to leave Ruapehu alone. Next one on our list is this wonderful one. It's actually break time. My God, I'm looking at what we've got going on here. So let's put it back onto our canned lava for now. And we'll put it here. I'm going to go take that break, you guys. Don't go away. Don't do anything. Do not adjust your set. And we'll make that lava move. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Hit that like button. It is absolutely free, and it doesn't take much to help the stream out that way. Also, if you're new and you have not yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm going to go take a 5-minute break or thereabouts. So we'll get back after the break and go through Sakurajima and a few of the other ones. I don't believe Taal is showing, but Taal is still unstable as well. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. Here comes some music. Maybe. If we can get it working. There we go. Music. Hopefully that is playing. Got it. All right, I'll be back. Bye, Doc. Bye, Oz. And I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And thank you for the welcome backs from Piggy, who says, welcome back, the fantastic DrFox2000. Thanks. And it was like a flash of sponge and cream. Sue Hayes, are you seeing things? Has that subliminal messaging finally gotten to you? Thanks, Leo and Mars and Sue and Yvonne Kunkel and Kevin Haynes and thanks, Sasha. Welcome back, Phantom Fox. That is all cool. And very good evening to Philomena. Glad to have you on board. And King Colin Deadman says welcome back too. Sharon Stewart, of course. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Ooh. Or is that scaredness? Anyway, and as well as KC, or Kananaskis Country, and Scott Hartman. Thanks, you guys. And hi to everyone who I haven't said hi to, so that is all good. No, I seen you there, CND boy. Yeah, some channels aren't quite as friendly as others, with saying hello and that kind of thing. It depends on what they're doing too, Philomena. Sometimes, you know, if there's only 2 or 3, they may be watching other stuff. I know I have Gary's open all the time. So, like when I'm not streaming with 2 streams, then I try to keep an eye on it, but I usually get tied up with other stuff. Anyway, let's park our canned lava, and we'll see what we can do here. I'm gonna pause that right there. Oh, caught it right in the mid of the eruption, which is all cool. Anyway, a quick pop over to our Sakurajima, and I see our ice cream boat just left. Darn it, we're going to have to wait for the next one. And there it is. So the ice cream boat is taking off, you guys. And not good. The other one is not parked there. Darn it. Anyway, you can see Sakurajima throwing out some very cleaner looking steam / smoke, and that is pretty awesome. What was it I was going to show you? Oh, hang on, I had that loaded up somewhere. It was a picture, and I was trying to think of which one it was that I was supposed to show. Oh, and that was for Ebu, and yeah, we'll show that picture from Ebu. I think that is actually in our next one in the Ta'al area. So anyway, that is, of course, Sakurajima. There's the volcano itself, and it is doing its thing. It really wasn't doing a heck of a lot earlier. We did have a little bit of a plume come out, and this was at about 6 a.m. and we did see some grayish material there. If we back that up a little bit, I didn't see any lava when that erupted. I was looking for it, but it kind of just came out as ash, and that wasn't very exciting. So go back a little bit further in time, and it really didn't throw a heck of a lot out there for us. So let's see, this is a bunch of hours ago, 2:55 a.m. We can see that it has that lenticular style cloud built up over top of it, and of course that is caused by all that heat that is being generated within that volcano, and it just kind of sits there and not doing a darn thing. Earlier, there we go, 1:30, we do see a little bit of glow, but we didn't see anything popping out of it, unfortunately, and that was about the extent of what we had seen. If we go back about midnight, we don't see that glow either, or very, very little of it. So Really not that much going on there right now. If we go take a look at the close-up view of the crater, we see some of that smoke, of course, heading towards us a little bit, making it a little difficult to see the entirety of that crater, but at least you get the general idea of what is going on, and not too bad there. So hopefully those good people are having a little bit of a better time. And let's see, East Coast is wonderful, 5-year anniversary. I can't believe I've been here 5 years. Wow, Sue, that is a long time. No, it's all the time that it happens, Doc. Okay, Philomena, I didn't realize that. People are just not very into it saying hello over there, maybe. I have no idea. But I'm not the keeper of that channel. My channel is elsewhere. Speaking of, there he is. Trick or treat. I'll take the trick. No, hang on. I want the treat. What are you giving away, Gary? What kind of treats are you got? I got lava cookies. What do you got? Matter of fact, we've got extra lava cookies for all those good people that are here, so please enjoy yourselves. And there you go, a few extra ones, and just so you can have some fun with them. And let's pop over to our next one. I want to see if Taal is online. No, I clicked the wrong spot. And let's see, refresh, and nope, Taal is not online. Now, did I put that picture into the Taal folder? That is the good question. So I will take a look and see. And come on, switch. No, nope, I didn't put it in there. I wonder where I put it. Maybe I put it in the Semaru. I know I put it somewhere. Okay, who stole my picture? It is in Semaru. Let's do that. There you go. Okay, and this is Ebu. And that was from the 30th, and it was at 1833. That is what Ebu was doing. And Ebu looks like a shorter version of Fuego. And hope all have a safe and happy Halloween. And a scary one, Gary. We want them to have a scary Halloween. Anyway, that is Ebu. So that was what was happening there. They did have a little bit of a eruption, and of course that was on the 30th. Of course, this thing is a stratovolcano. It too is, hang on, where is it? And that's not there. I've got a Fuego on here. Why is a Fuego showing up when I'm supposed to have the right one there? Never mind. Okay, anyway, and don't have the height. Never mind. It is what it is, though. So pretty cool. And let's carry on, though. And of course, it is getting dark there in our wonderful Yellowstone National Park. And as you can see, the parking lot is empty. It is not a favorable time of year to go looking at Yellowstone National Park, but especially at nighttime. I guess it gets a little cold there for people, especially if they're from California. If they're from Canada, they go, okay, normal weather. And yeah, we do have some white stuff there. There is indeed snow in that area, and they will likely get some more in the near future if the temperatures keep as low as they are, and that is kind of what we've got going on there. So Next one is, of course, Hawaii, and let's pop over there and have a look and see what we've got cooking in Hawaii. And of course, this picture from just 1 a.m., just about 1 a.m. Hawaii time. And you can see all the lighter areas here, pretty awesome to see, as well as over here. This lava pond or pool has been changing in shape and size a little bit in the last couple of days. I see we have more lava again here in the toe area as well. A little bit more glow, which is something we were missing in the last couple of days. Just to let you know, these areas here, when you see the bright lava bubbling up, that is kind of where the lava is draining out of the lava pond. It comes in via a lava tube from this corner here and flows in. And of course, there's seems to be an exit here somewhere underneath, as well as over along that ridge. We're not seeing any bright areas over here, which is a little bit weird because normally we see that for the tube that refills the toe area. Anyway, what causes the brighter spots, of course, is gas bubbles coming up as the lava is draining back down into the abyss of the crater itself. I'm not sure if it's actually going back down into lava tubes or heading back into the magma chamber. We don't know that, but that's what's causing it. Well, the gas bubbles coming up, popping the freshly crusted over lava. They break that crust and makes it nice and bright. Let's refresh that, look at it, what it's looking at like right now. And it has cleaned itself up since yesterday and looking pretty awesome there. So that whole edge that was kind of broken off and peeled down has sunk away and disappeared. We see the bright spot is gone over here as well. And that looks like it's definitely getting bigger on the side here. So I'm figuring probably about 3 or 4 meters of material have gone into the lava pond itself. We do see though here a little bit of extra lava, and it looks like there's another ridge here, so we may have had some more material fall off and drop in, and that will likely change in the next few days. Of course, there's our toe area, and then you can see all those bigger cracks. That whole area is susceptible to breaking out eventually and wearing down, so our lava pond could end up being a fair-sized pond in here. And I'll leave that be. Next shot, this one from 1:06 a.m. Primary vent, of course, is here. There's the little hornito where the lava tube is, and you can't see the lava tube, but it goes in that direction. Going to refresh that one to a daytime picture. There we go. Lots of smoke in there today. Primary vent there again. Hornito there, and of course the flow going into the lava pond. Looking at what we've got, high smoke on the sides here, still very suspect if that piece might break off eventually and drop down into the caldera as well. Hard to tell what's going on in the back here because of all that smoke. We'll take the next shot is from up here looking this way, and that is this guy. And again, that is primary vent, the little hornito. You can't see where the lava tube is, but that is filling up the lava pond. We do see some hot spots out there, and this particular shot, not too much of the toe area. And let's refresh it. This is the daytime version of that shot, and that is a current picture. And again, same kind of thing. You can see lots of smoke today, and yeah, lava, the toe area, lava pond, extra smokers, and very hard to see anything in that lava tube right there. But let's look at the thermal, see what that looks like. And there you've got the hornito primary vent over here, a lava pond, tow area, and of course the remaining lava island here in the caldera. So looks pretty awesome. That one was from about 1 a.m. Let's refresh that and get a look at what it looks like right now. There you go. That is the current thermal picture, and that's exactly what we got. Again, primary vent, Hornito lava tube underneath, and tow area doesn't look too bright right now. And that is just about it for Hawaii. Whoa, hang on, too fast. Clicked away, I shouldn't have. And let me click back there. We forgot to look at Mauna Loa. Darn it. Back to that one. There we go. Mauna Loa. And I took that one at 1:01 a.m. and all you could see is 2 stars in there. So let's look at what it is now. There is the caldera of Mauna Loa, and you can certainly see it. It really hasn't changed much, and if we go to the map, the Hawaii map, if we zoom in here and zoom in a little bit more, and we can click on that little camera shot. Oh, that's not the one we wanted. That is your seismic tremor stuff. There's the thermal image, and that thermal image kind of makes me wonder. Yesterday we had a really bright spot in here, and now it's moved over some, and I'm wondering if that's reflectivity of the sun, or if we are actually seeing heat being transferred in certain areas. And I got a sneaky hunch it's reflectivity, and that is kind of what it looks like to me, because it's awful shady in the back here, and we've got some real heavy glow spots up here on the rocks too, so kind of makes you wonder. Anyway, that's Hawaii in a nutshell, and it is time for me to go take another break. And what we'll do is, after the break, we'll continue on with earthquakes in Hawaii, earthquakes around the world, some of the events all over the place, the volcanoes, that kind of thing, and we'll go from there. Let me get this lava flowing again, and there we go. It is moving, and on that friendly note, if you have not yet hit that like button, our target, of course, is to get over 100, and I see we are at 89, and hopefully we'll have a few more people hitting that like button, because it's free, and of course you like the show, right? And for those who have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. Hey, Rick Van Ejek popped in as well. Welcome, Rick. Glad to have you on board. And also Anna Wallner. Welcome, Anna. Glad to have you here. I'm going to go on a break, though. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So keep smiling and be good, be kind, and I'll throw some music back on. Don't go away. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Now, who's got insomnia? You don't want insomnia. How about some ghost laughter? Ghost laughing? Holy mackerel. They're laughing at the insomniacs. How dare they? Thank you for the welcome backs from, let's see, who we got going all the way up here. Leo and Sue and Mars and Yvonne Kunkel and Kevin Haynes and Canonesca's Country. Live Doctor, yeah, Sasha and let's see, and Piggy, of course, thank you. And glad you guys are enjoying a little bit of the spooky stuff. I hear you, DrFox2000. Woo! Yeah, okay. Anyway, okay, let's carry on with our stuff. Going to freeze our volcano in mid-track there. And, what are we doing here? I hit the wrong thing. Okay, let's, I want to click on here. Earthquakes, that's what we're going to look at next. So let's get on to the earthquake map, if I can find it. It's done and disappeared on me. I know it was zoomed in on something. It was looking at Italy. Where is it? Look for the map that has the Italian foot in it. There it is. And we'll zoom that back out. Actually zoomed out too far. Let's go over to Hawaii and have a look and see what we've got there in the Hawaiian Islands. By the way, I had to look up some pictures, and I was wondering how old is Hawaii, and that is something that is kind of neat and interesting, and we can throw that in here tonight. And let's see if I can load up a picture that shows you some of the ages of the Hawaiian Islands. And let's see if I can find them, though. That is the hard part. Maps. Maps. How about Hawaii? No. Where's all my... I saved about 4 of them, and for the life of me, I can't see where they are. I bet you they start with H, don't they? I'm looking in the P's. That's not good. Images, gremlins, home reef. All right, where'd they go? I saved them. I know I did. And not there. Maybe I'm too far in or something, or maybe I put them somewhere else. Let's see, not there, and I go back 1 level, and not there either. All right, anyway, it makes me go maybe it dumped them into here. No. All right, somebody stole my Hawaii maps. Darn it. Anyway, I was trying to figure out how old our wonderful Hawaiian Islands are. So, Hawaii, the big island, is about 700,000 to 1 million years old. And that's what we've got here. The oldest ones, of course, are these guys over here that are between 3.8 and somewhere around 5.5 or 5.6. Yeah, Hawaii is not that old. No, these are about maximum 5.6 million years old for these islands. Oahu is about 3.5 to 3.8 million years old. So it's not very old, and then as we progress this way, they keep getting younger, and the big island of Hawaii is only about 700,000 years old, and in a geological time, that is peanuts, not very much at all. Anyway, let me put this back on the satellite type image. I like that better. We do see that we've had a few quakes there in the area, and that includes ones that are over here, and that is Mauna Kea, and that is a 1.9 from 6:37 a.m., 35.6 kilometers down for him. I thought it was important to show that one. But let's go down in the Pahala area. Yesterday we didn't have that much activity, and we'll see. It looks like it picked up a little bit today. 1.9 from 9:04 a.m., 35.3 kilometers down for him. Then we've got this one, 2.4, 9:59 a.m., 29.8 kilometers down. And let's start on the land-based ones here. 1.9, and that is yesterday's from 1949. And we're not going to worry about depths. Depths typically are between 26 and about 37 kilometers down for the Pahala area, unless otherwise noted. 1.7 for that guy from 2040 yesterday as well. 1.9 from 2:29 a.m. And then we have right beside him another one that is 1.8, and that's yesterday's as well from 21:48. This one here 1.7, today's 7:06 a.m. Then we've got this guy 1.8, and that is from 1:13 a.m. This 1.8 here, 25 minutes after midnight. Another 1.8 from 3:32 a.m. Then we've got this guy here, 2.3, a little bit bigger than the other ones. 11:27 was the time on him. And let's grab these guys out in the water here. 1.9, 9:04 a.m. for that one. This one 2.4, and that is just about 10 a.m. Today for them. And this one happened, this is a 2.0 from 17:36. And then we've got a 3.5, and that's the bigger one out of the bunch. 7:38 a.m. and that is, I think, the biggest quake that we've seen there in the last couple of days. This one here, 2.3, 17:28 for him, and that is the Pahala area. We'll grab the stuff up here on Mauna Loa and then work our way over to Kilauea. So up on Mauna Loa, get this straggler first here, 0.8, very small, 17:26. 5.9 kilometers below sea level. Then we've got this one here, 1.9, 2:34 a.m., and that is 1.4 kilometers above sea level, well into the mountain. And then we have this one, it's even higher into the mountain, 2.8 kilometers up, happened at 13:24. And then this guy here, 1.9, 11:31, and it is 1.4 kilometers above sea level. This guy 1.9, 9:46 a.m., 1.4 kilometers above sea level. And then sliding down the hill a little bit towards Kilauea, and 2.1, 14:46 is the time on that, 8.2 kilometers down for him. We'll grab these other ones first out here. In the Fisher area, 2.3, 8:57 a.m., 1.5 kilometers below sea level, and 2.1, 4.5 kilometers below sea level from 8:42. And then this guy here by himself is from 2.1 from 18:09, 7.1 kilometers down. And now we zoom into our good Kilauea and seeing what we've got there. So we'll grab this guy first, 1.8 and 9:05 a.m., 400 meters below sea level. And then this one here is, well, a 2.1 of 4:58 a.m., and that is 700 meters below sea level. And then the last one here, 2.1, actually from yesterday at 20:08, and that is 300 meters above sea level, so into the mountain a little bit. And that is it for Hawaii, and we don't see any other ones. Nothing over on the other islands, and that is kind of interesting. I'm still wondering where my pictures went. Okay, Yvonne Kunkel says, okay, I'm going back to sleep. Thank you for another great stream. I'm Dr. Fox, mods, lavaliers, and lava family. Have a great day/night, everyone. See you later. Take care, Yvonne. All the best to you, and sleep well, pleasant, lavally dreams. And what the new island to be formed is Luihi, but most likely not in our lifetime. Oh, Rick, you take all the fun out of it. But Rick, I'm going to live forever. It's going to be in my lifetime. When I die, I'm going to get uploaded to the internet. So I'll be there watching it in the future, and that'll be cool. Anyway, let's zoom out here a little bit and see what we've got shaking in other places. And North America, real quick, Doc is immortal. Yeah, I wish. Well, maybe I don't wish. I don't know if I want to be immortal. That'd be kind of a nasty thing. Anyway, a new one here, 2.2 in Trona, California, and that is only 2.3 kilometers down from 1823. That's kind of interesting there, and that's kind of amongst all the other quakes. And as long as we keep seeing those quakes in those areas, we're all happy, because things aren't binding up. Anyway, it's sliding down the coast a little bit, and we see over here in Peru a 5.5 fair size quake from 7:22 a.m. 143.7 kilometers down from him. And then we've got some more stuff going off here in Peru as well. 5.1, 7:25 a.m., 39.9 kilometers down for him. Then he's got a buddy here, 4.8 from 8:18, 24.6 kilometers down. There's also this 4.3 right here, also Peru. That's actually yesterday's from 2150, and that was 23.9 kilometers down. We do see another one here in Argentina, 4.3. and 2:51 a.m. and 220 kilometers down for him. We also see this guy here, and what they call the West Chile Rise, 5.8, a little bit stronger, and that is at 2:14 a.m. Chilean time. Another one out here at South Sandwich Islands, 5.0, and that was from 8:08 a.m. their time, 56.2 kilometers down. I don't see any new ones popping out in our New Zealand and Kermadec Ridge area, or Tonga and Fiji. That's all looking pretty quiet. We do have one over here, and that's Papua New Guinea, 4.5 from 22:15 yesterday, and that was 78, just about 79 kilometers down. Then we have this guy, 5.0 off the coast of Indonesia, and I think that is, or is it right on the coast? It is right on the land. I thought it was just off in the water, but it is on land. That was yesterday's at 21:05, 67.9 kilometers down for that one. And then they also had this 4.3, a little less in size, from 5:46 a.m., 35 kilometers down, sliding up. We don't see anything new in the Philippines, and we do see one in Taiwan, 4.9, 2:48 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for him. Nothing in Japan, and they're going all the way up to the Kamchatka Peninsula. We're not seeing anything up there either. We do see that one though, and that of course is in Italy, and that is the 5.5. Now, this map doesn't show any aftershocks or anything like that for that guy, and I'm going to switch over to the other map, and we're going to actually refresh it, and we'll see if there were any other aftershocks in that spot, and it does not look like it, and really it doesn't. Now, this little island, let me zoom in a little more, and that's Stromboli right there. So Stromboli had this guy here, 2.0. That was yesterday's at 1:51 a.m. Yesterday. 156 clicks down underneath it. So that might be getting some lava, new fresh lava or magma coming up. We also had this one here from 1:56 a.m. as well. 150 clicks down, 2.3 in magnitude yesterday. And then this guy is a 2.4, 1831 was the time on it, 240 kilometers down. What was the depth on this one? 269 kilometers down for this guy. Notice they're calling it a 5.1, not a 5.5. So kind of makes you wonder. Anyway, 2142 was the time on it, according to these guys. We do have other small quakes in the area, so nothing really weird going on there. Also 3.3 here, just to the south of the French coast, 37 kilometers down from 2144 for that guy. And we see there was a quake in Poland at 3.8, and 1645 is at the time on that, 10 kilometers down. And of course then we see the other ones here in Iceland that popped in, and they're calling that one a 4.0, and that is Burnabunga area. I thought it was Grimsbotn, but it was my bad. Anyway, 1457 was the time on that. And here they're only saying 10 kilometers down. The other one said 8.2 or something. And this 3.0, and that is from 1500. And that, of course, is over at Herdebree. And we'll see. This is Asja, and then be Herdebree, and we'll see what happens with that in the future. Let's pop over to our other places here of interest, and of course that is La Palma, and in the Canary Islands. We do see these ones. I think these are all still old. 29th, yep. This guy here is 29th, yep. Don't need to worry about them. Oh, that's a new one. That was from 1:16 a.m. and 2.4, and of course that is all part of the East Azores Ridge. And then this other one is today's as well, 3.7, 2:07 a.m. and that is interesting to see that there. Let's take a look at La Palma though. That's where the star is flashing, and we want to have a quick peek here. 31st, and we've got three of them, 0.7, 5 kilometers down, right underneath some of the lava flow from Cumbre Vieja, and that, like I said, is from 5:27 a.m., 5 clicks down. Then we've got a 1.4, and that is further to the south, 13 kilometers down, and was at 2143. And then 23, 36, we had this other one, and that is also in that same area where some of that lava might be sitting. Could be pressure stuff going on there. 4 kilometers down, 2336, and it is a 1.3, and that's kind of what we've got for those guys. A quick peek over at our volcano map, and this way it is refreshed and new. And let's make that into there. No, not that. I want satellite. There it is. That's the one I want. Okay. So we see our two out there in Iceland. We see our two in the Azores. Michael Volcano still doing its thing. And of course, standard stuff around the Ring of Fire. Nothing really super duper happening right now. So looking, and I don't see anything new offhand. And I'm not going to try to push anything too far here, just about break time. So we're going to just do this here for a second. There you go. And now you can see where all the volcanoes are. And when you see that banner go by that says 1,375 are inactive, that is all of these green spots. So you see how many volcanoes we actually have on the planet. Be thankful that we only have about 26 of them erupting right now in a full eruption, and then the rest doing their thing. There's also some ones that aren't mentioned on here, and there's a lot of them actually, and they are seamounds and submarine volcanoes. In other words, in the ocean somewhere. And it's always very difficult to tell if and when one of these things goes, unless it breaches the surface. Usually you only see a stain in the water, really, if you're flying over it, or from a satellite view if you happen to be looking at it, depending on how big that is. So that is something to bear in mind. Anyway, it is break time. For those good people who are here, I see, hey, we made it to that 100 mark. That is excellent. And I want to throw this back onto our wonderful canned lava for right now. And that should be all right. And I'll let that play. And of course, I'm always working on trying to get some better canned lava. And I think what I need to do is I need to edit together a whole bunch of smaller files to get some stuff. Or pumice floating on the water. Sue, yes, you're right, but not all of them will produce that. Okay, it depends on how far down it is. It depends on a whole bunch of different elements to it. But you're right, though. On occasion, you'll see a bunch of floating rocks, and that is because lava is very porous and has a lot of gas bubbles in it, and gas, of course, in most cases is lighter than water, so it causes the rocks to float, which is really bizarre. So if you see a bunch of rocks out in the middle of the ocean, you know what's going on. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We're going to take a break, and when we come back from the break, we're going to do our SO2 report, and then we'll get on to the weather real quick and try to make it as compact as we can so we can wrap it up for today. And on that friendly note, I'll throw some music on. If you hear scary noises in between, don't panic. It's not me. I didn't do it. It's the gremlins. Anyway, on that friendly note, hit that like button if you haven't done that yet, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. I'll be back in about 5 to 6 minutes. Don't go away. I don't know what town I'm in, but I am somewhere. I'm with someone who speaks of rocks. Okay, Irish monk, when I come back from the break, I'll let you go talk to that someone that speaks of rocks, and get that someone to tell us all about floating rocks, rocks that are buoyant enough to float in water, and what the biggest record floating rock has been that has been found. All right, the Rock Whisperer. Yes, that's it, Sue. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go away, you guys. Keep smiling and hit that like button. And I am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and yes, Fuego is throwing out lava candy. Quick, everybody run up the hill and get some. It's hot. It's going quick. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Leo and Sue Hayes and Sasha Spooky Dr. Fox. And Sharon says, I hear you. Woo-hoo. Holy macaroni. Thor, that is an absolutely awesome super chat. And that is 100 Danish. I guess that's Danish, if I'm right. The membership pot seems to be full, so this is for the coffee at Timmy's. And I miss a cup of a good Timmy's. Sadly, I can't get it around there. Darn it, Thor, that is too bad. And Irish Monk, I will be in Euro soon, Europe. Thank you very much, Irish Monk. Irish Monk. And throws in a 900 of the ARSs, which are the Argentinian pesos, I guess is what they call them. So awesome. Thank you guys for those awesome super chats. Also, Irish Monk, thank you for throwing that 10 free gift membership thing in there. And that is awesome of you to do that. Just I'm not sure if I haven't seen any of them go. A matter of fact, we're still waiting on the one for Grandma B and Mona Alfano and Kevin Haynes. Those three haven't gone either, so you may end up getting credited back for those from YouTube, since I'm just not seeing them go anywhere, and I have to wonder about them sometimes. But anyway, let's carry on with what we're doing. And of course, yes, Fuego in Guatemala is the one that we've got on the screen. You can see it bubbling and spurting out more and more and more stuff all the time. It seems to run for longer periods of time. I noticed today it was smoking for, good 8 to 10 hours straight. But as far as the eruptions, when they were going, they were blasting out pretty darn well. The other day, actually yesterday, just before the camera switched to night mode, it was kind of showed a couple of bursts coming out there with some good lava. Unfortunately, I didn't save it, and I should have. But I got a one gift membership back the other day. Thor, yep, that happens. And if there are none there to be, or like no one there to take it, no new people, then that's what happens. You end up getting them back, and which is, in a way, it's a good thing. I just don't know about, when you get a bigger pack, like 10, as an example, if 2 of them get used, what happens to the other 8? This is something I don't quite understand from YouTube's standard. So, do they keep that money? Do they send it back? Well, what do they do with it? Ooh, there's a heck of a blast. And look out for lava chunks. Stay out of the way. Holy macaroni, that really shot up there. And that is a blast. Holy macaroni. I bet you if we would have had audio, it would have been shaking the building right about now. And it is just absolutely a lot of tephra coming out of there. You're absolutely right, Mars 2028. Dr. Fox, unused reverts back and is refunded. Okay, excellent, Irish Monk. That is good that you get refunded. And Team Tephra is loving this, Dr. Fox. Yep, I am sure they are. But we got to carry on and keep going with our stuff here. So let's pop over to our SO2 map first. And we're going to take a look at that. Let me get over there to the weather. I'm going to refresh that because that's already a little bit old. And I'm seeing something up on the top here I'm not liking. Okay, so they're saying some snow during the night here. And then the day will be okay in the morning till about mid-afternoon. And then you see what happens after that. We get all of Wednesday and Tuesday evening and all of Wednesday. We're going to get snow here in Edmonton. And yeah, that's it. It's that time of the year, unfortunately. And we'll see if, hoping the weather guessers are wrong, but what do you do? Anyway, let's carry on and see what we've got going on. So up in the northern portions of I guess we'll call it the Arctic Ocean up there, I do see some of that stuff that has plumed off, and the air circulation has taken it up there. And a lot of that is from China and Kamchatka area, and that ends up swirling up there. And also some of it possibly from Alaska. And we do see where the jet stream is taking some of it right now. So some ends up going up, but a lot of it is dropping back down, and then ending up coming over the continent and getting into both Canada and the US. Looking at most of Canada though, not too bad, but we are seeing a cover all the way through, with the exception of a few spots here in the Rockies. And that includes down here in Ontario and portions of Quebec as well, fairly heavy. A little bit up here in the top of New Brunswick. Nova Scotia seems to be fairly clear. PEI looks like it's getting nailed a little bit as well. And a little bit on the bottom islands here, where it's likely a little warmer in Newfoundland, and that is actually, well, it's not islands, it's all part of Newfoundland. And looking at the US, pretty normal. Central America, we are seeing that, again, that circulation is slowed down out here, but we are seeing a lot of it to come back out into the Pacific. And because it's been so stagnant there, swirling around, sitting over top of Mexico City, as well as that area where Popocatépetl is, which is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. It is kind of doing its thing. Here in Denmark, we had 2 degrees higher temp for the month of October, a new record, and that is awesome. And anyway, looking what we see, some of that SO2 in the Gulf of Mexico. So going down Central America, we see a circulation that's almost right over top of the Galapagos Islands here, and that is causing some of that to draw back out and push some of the stuff in Colombia back inland. So that is happening there. Same thing with looking at Ecuador, sliding down a little bit. We see again the circulating patterns have changed somewhat, and again is where I'm thinking some of this pattern, you know, it's kind of weird because it's not El Nino or El Nina, La Nina right now. The way the patterns are, it really is mixed up really bad, and hard to say what's going on. Right now it's going this way, then that would indicate an El Nino, but yesterday it was going the opposite way, and it doesn't switch that quickly. So we gotta wonder what the heck is going on. The weather is going wacko on us. Looking at Chilean coast here, a lot of it is actually coming back out and recirculating out here in the Pacific, and then heading inland. And right here in Argentina, a little bit there. and Buenos Aires throwing its stuff straight north today rather than out into the ocean over on this side. And of course, there's that other flow and a shear line there that kind of makes you wonder. Uruguay getting a little bit of a trim there as far as that stuff is concerned. Looking over here in New Zealand, the White Isle volcano still off gassing and doing its thing. We don't see anything coming from Taupo, and Leo's barbecue is definitely not on, and the refineries are kind of eased up a little bit as well. Same thing with the coking plants sliding up a little bit further. Looking at Tofua, not that bad, but a little bit more than what we had yesterday out of there. And seeing what we've got in Vanuatu, they are busy. And Yasur, yes, but his two buddies up here are doing a splendid job throwing lots of SO2 out. Moving on into the northeastern portions here of Papua New Guinea, we see they are experiencing their normal stuff. Luolatak, right in here somewhere, is pluming off some of that going into Australia. Same thing with the stuff that we've got coming off of Semeru, and it should be Raung and Semeru on this end. And then this little spot here is from Merapi, and then Krakatau and Jakarta are working together to make that plume. The one that we looked at earlier there, that big plume that came out of Ebu, is over here on this island, and that is Ebu and Dekono are there doing their thing. Not as much coming out of the Philippines here, and really hard to tell with that storm system that is still in here. It is very, very difficult to really surmise what is coming in, what's not coming from China, how much of it, and so on. But we do know Mayon and Bulusan are over here, and they are putting out some stuff. And then Taal volcano is right there. And Taal has been up and down as far as the gas output as of late. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye on that. But yeah, that this what they call the South China Sea area. That's that storm that's still sitting there. That it moved over the Philippines, sat down here, and now it's moving northward. So interesting. And let's see, Japanese islands, and again some of that coming from China as well. But we know that Suwanoshijima would be in that area, in those islands. And then, of course, Sakurajima being down here, creating a lot of that spot. And again, the rest, we don't know if some of that is actually blowing over. Well, we can see some of it is coming over from China, sliding up to the Kamchatka Peninsula. A lot of stuff going on there, and of course they've got some help from some newer volcanoes there, and we'll see what happens in the future. Boy, that looks weird, eh? Because one volcano is down here, the other one's up there, but the plume looks like it's right in the middle. It kind of makes you wonder. Maybe it's Lade over here being the trouble guy. Who knows? And that is kind of what we've got going on in that area. Sliding over a bit more, looking down on the southern portions of the world, we don't see anything down in the Antarctic areas, and not as bad here today in South Africa. Still coming out into the Indian Ocean, but doing its thing. And then, of course, here, DR Congo, we've got a couple of volcanoes there, as well as the coking plants in that area, a lot of coal production. And in here would be from Urtai Ale, and then, of course, these spots are from the refineries that are in the Middle East. Wow! Puffins donated money. Holy mackerel, Irish monk. That is the puffins, eh? And 9,000 of those what is it? ARSs. And that is a lot of puffin coins. Holy, I didn't realize the puffins are there. So they have puffins in Argentina. Never argue with a puffin. I won't. Definitely not. Thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. That is awesome. And a wonderful super chat. And really, I do appreciate that wonderful support. Sliding over a little bit more and taking a look at what we've got here. And yeah, that 9,000. Just imagine if that was in dollars, eh? That is a lot of. How much is that? That's got to be like almost $100, man. Thank you very kindly, Irish Monk, and I promise I won't argue with the birds. Puffin is a bird, yes, a puffin is a bird. For those who don't know what a puffin is, they're cute, and apparently they taste good too. I didn't say that out loud. Retract that last statement. I can edit that out, right? Anyway, looking at what we are seeing from Sicily, we see a lot of that stuff from Mount Etna from today is actually blown out into to the west here, which is a little bit different. And yeah. Old Mummy of Hamsters throws in a super chat as well. Thank you for putting up with my shenanigans, Uncle Doc. Old Mummy of Hamsters, those aren't shenanigans, and those are fun. And that is, oh, Mommy. I gotta write that down. And I'm gonna put that in there, $5 super chat. Thank you very kindly, Old Mummy of Hamsters. And we don't mind shenanigans. Shenanigans. Anyway, looking at what we see here, actually, new monk, a new Irish monk land here is pretty clear, considering everything else has got some SO2. France and Spain not looking too bad. Germany's got a little bit there, and heavier in Poland, and some out here, not good. We do see, though, that England is not bad at all, and a little bit up here in Scotland, so Wales, England, not bad, and old Irish monk land is pretty calm and not bad. We do see this plume coming over here, and that's coming all the way from across the big pond, and that is some gassy material then. And partially into Denmark, but not a heck of a lot. Let's have a quick look at Iceland here, and we don't see too much SO2 at all. That's not bad, and that should be all right. And it is actually time for another break, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a very short break, you guys. I'm going to just put it on Fuego for right now, and we'll see if that is still popping. Like I said, I'm just going to take a very short break, so I'm not even going to turn on the music or anything like that. Well, maybe I will. I'll let one or so songs play. But if you haven't hit the like button yet, please do consider doing that. And also, appropriate song there, Irish Monk. Anyway, if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. If you haven't done anything, then hit that like button. That's what I want. I was trying. Boy, I need that break. I'll be back. Don't go away. I'll be back soon. Okay, I have the microphone back on, not going to play the other song. I figured we'll expedite this a little bit. So, welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it's dark and it's supposed to be snowing in a little while and scaring us. Boo! Oh no! You scared me, Grandma B. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars 2028 and Leo and Sasha and Thor and Grandma B. No, she scared me. Welcome back, Uncle Doc from Old Mummy of Hamsters. And Samhain, Ireland, invented Halloween. All right, that is awesome. And Irish cream and the coffee is yum. I don't know. I prefer 10011. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. I wonder what that is. A 01011. Is that binary code for something? Oh, thanks, Sharon. Anyway, over to the weather. Let's get at it and see what we've got on our wonderful weather map. And it is actually not too bad, but we see it. We see that cold coming down, and that is definitely up in the northern portions of the North American continent, definitely getting colder. We see some minus 30 some temperature there in Iceland, or sorry, Greenland, which should be Iceland, and Iceland should be Greenland, but that's okay. Northern climes and up here in Alaska, as well as Yukon, Northwest Territories, and none of it are quite cold. British Columbia up in the northern portions in the freezing temps, nothing warmer till you get way back down into the southern portions of British Columbia. Alberta wasn't too bad today. We did have positive numbers in our temperatures, so wasn't bad, but it's not that warm right now, and we're about 2 degrees Celsius according to this. And as we slide across many of the places, lower prairies are a little bit warmer, and surprisingly we have a warm area here in Manitoba, and then of course northern Ontario getting some of that heat being pushed up there from the US, which is probably welcome, and even down here on our wonderful peninsula south of Toronto. I don't know what we actually even call this. I don't call it a boot or anything like that, but it's warmer there, and low teens, which is nice. Toronto coming in at about 11 degrees. Montreal is about 9, and Quebec City about 8 or 9 or 7 or 8 thereabouts. And looking at New Brunswick, single digits up in the top end, and down here in the bottom we got a little bit warmer. And of course looking at not that warm there in Sault Ste. Brought up Cole Harbour, 8 degrees Celsius right now. Yeah, that's about the same as what's on the map. We see a Newfoundland Labrador area getting a lot colder, minus 10 degrees Celsius up there. Minus 3 or 4 down on the bottom. Then we get into Newfoundland itself, and it's kind of a mixed bag. Cold up in the north, and down here on the tip we got 12 degrees thereabouts. Looking at the western portions of the United States, not that warm. We see in the Rocky Mountains and places like that, Washington, a lot of those areas are starting to cool off really well. And of course here, Yellowstone National Park area, definitely some below freezing temperatures. Same thing goes for Colorado, fairly cool. And you're looking at Utah, a little bit of cold stuff there. It's not till you get into California where you start to warm up a little bit, but even that is not very, very warm. Death Valley coming in at a whopping 22 degrees Celsius, so not super, super warm. It's actually warmer in Mexicali at 23, and Phoenix showing about 21, 22, Tucson about 19, 20. So a little bit on the cold side there. New Mexico looks a lot colder today as well. Down in the south and the eastern portions are still keeping a little bit warmer, but definitely starting to cool off. And going down to the bottom of Texas, we only see about 22 as the highest temperatures. So definitely winter is coming, you guys. Dallas only 17, 18 degrees. Austin about 19. San Antonio 23, and that's got to be the hot spot there. Houston 19. Moving over a little bit to the east, we see it's not bad temperatures for them, though. For fall weather, it really isn't. We had, boy, New Orleans 20, 21, something like that. Mars, can we take a look at the weather for Cape Canaveral? Wow, Cape Canaveral be out here somewhere at 26, 27, and I don't know if you want to punch Cape Canaveral in, weather Cape Canaveral, and see what it comes up as, but it'd be about 27 degrees right now. I don't know about clear skies or anything like that, but that is there. Looking at most of Georgia here, not bad. As soon as you get up in the top end, though, there you go. Kananaskis country, I put that in 77 degrees, 25 C, winds 6 kilometers per hour, so that's not bad. Anyway, looking at the eastern seaboard here, everything pretty much not bad until you get up to about Baltimore. Then it starts to get a little cooler, but Grandma B would have around 19, 20 degrees, so 67, 68 degrees right now for her in Fahrenheit, and the same kind of temperatures for a little bit warmer in there in Georgia, and then getting down to the bottom end here, 26, 27 degrees Celsius or thereabouts in the bottom end of Florida. As soon as we start sliding up, though, we see it cools off. 15 in Philadelphia, 16 in New York, Boston also coming in at 50 or 14. So, yeah, Rochester, New York, 12. Cleveland, Ohio showing 14. Detroit, Michigan coming in at 13. So that's kind of what we've got there. Looking at Cancun, only 26 today. Here's that new storm, Lisa. That was the one that was sitting down here that low. It has built into a bigger storm, just like what I predicted. And I thought it would. And there it is, and doing its thing. So hopefully that is not going to turn into a big tropical hurricane of any type. Looking at what we see in the rainforest, not bad for temperatures, but it has cooled off quite a bit, and I think it's because we've got a low here and it looks like a high there and maybe a high right around here in Buenos Aires, and that is causing a lot of that cold air to come up from the south. So places like Argentina are cooling off. Paraguay not seeing big temperatures at all. You're down in the single digits in Uruguay, and the bottom end of here in Brazil as well, seeing 23 degrees in Rio de Janeiro, and Sao Paulo about 19. So big differences, and a lot warmer, I think, there. It looks like we're still seeing here in New Zealand that west coast probably getting pelted by rain, but some decent temperatures on the eastern side of the South Island. North Island showing 20 degrees as the high temp, and maybe 22 in some spots here, but yep, not bad all the way through for the most part. And here's that big shear line, that low sitting in here, pulling all that warm air down. It's not got enough warm air, and that's probably causing some rain in this area, and we'll see. But we did see that Ruapehu was nice and clear today, so that was pretty good. Leo just brought up the temperature from Melbourne, 11 degrees Celsius is what it says on the map here as well. And I bet you, Taupo, 21 degrees, not bad. Hobart coming in at about 11, 12, and that is in Tasmania, so a little bit cooler there. Sydney up at about 20 degrees, and home of Oz. Well, not quite suntanning weather anymore, about 19, 20, roughly there, with all that cold air being pushed upward and not that good. And we see 18, 19 in Perth, and some very, very hot stuff, 40, 41 degrees Celsius up in the top end of Australia. So that is maybe our record there, 41 for today anyway. And looking at our Indonesian, Malaysian, and Philippine area, we do see a lot of different temperatures. Bangkok coming in at 28 degrees, and there, thanks to 63% relative humidity, a low humidity level. And Nalgay here still doing its thing. Now, you remember it was over here originally, and it moved across the Philippines, and now it's curled its way upward. And we'll see what happens. And we also see this new one, a 27W. We'll see what happens with that. And some very heavy shear lines going on here. Some of these lows, they may turn into individual storms as well. Who knows what will happen. And Japan, southern end, not that bad. 20 at the high end. But as soon as you get up in the northern portions of Japan, it starts to get cold very quickly, and really cold in the Kamchatka Peninsula, with some of those really nasty temperatures. And then getting up here, I don't even want to talk about this, 31, minus 34, and that's not even Siberia. Siberia is over here. So what's going on, right? Anyway, sliding over a bit more. India looking pretty normal for this time of day. South Africa, a little on the cold side down on the bottom end. Cape Town about 15 today, a little cooler than yesterday. It was 16 there yesterday. And western side of Madagascar looking at about 24 for a high in some spots. But not that bad, and then the higher elevations, of course, a lot colder. Most of the rest, Leo is taken off. Good night, Leo. Take care. And good night / day. Thanks, Dr. Fox, for a great stream. Appreciate you and all the mods, as well as everyone else in here. Oink, oink, and happy Halloween, all. And thank you, Leo, and you take care of yourself, and have a wonderful day, and hopefully everything will be good. Little easier, or colder temperatures, I should say, not easier. Maybe easier for us to be able to handle, but a little cold for them in UAE and Saudi Arabia, and even here in Yemen, as well as Oman. And we are seeing Iran. I ran away from this place because that cold is coming from Turkey. And Iraq. I racked my turkeys up because they're all frozen now. And okay, enough with the punnies. Yeah. Let's look at Piggy's island and see what Piggy is getting right now. And Piggy should be about 20 degrees Celsius. And we'll see what we can do. I think I was less busy before I retired. Grandma B, yeah, I don't know. I hope you're all good, and good night and lovely dreams to you. Grandma B. Take care, okay? And thank you. And thanks for gifting that, and appreciate it. Okay, moving on over to Sicily. Coastlines are not bad, but you get up into the higher elevations. Hey, we're going to see some snow on Etna soon, and we'll keep an eye on for that. And seeing what we've got here, bottom end of Italy, not too bad. But as soon as you start getting up there, the temperatures are definitely getting colder. So that's what we're seeing. About 13 up in Milano. And new Irish Monkland here. Coastal areas again are quite nice. Well, even them actually in some spots a little bit cooler. But again, we got to remember it's nighttime over there. So they are getting some single digits there as well up in the higher elevations. Moving over and having a look at Spain real quick, and top end of Spain a lot cooler. Same thing with Portugal, but down on the bottom they're still seeing very reasonable nighttime temperatures. France surprisingly holding in pretty well, with the exception of out here on the coast, starting to get some of that breeze coming through, cooling it down a little. And warmest areas here look like Belgium is not bad. Luxembourg very close to Belgium's temperature. And then Holland is not bad at all. So Netherlands are doing well. And the western portion here of Germany also holding some good temperatures. Coming in at 9-10 degrees here in München or Munich. Frankfurt is 12 grad, 12 degrees in Frankfurt, and 15 in Cologne. And you can see the difference from 12 to 15 real quick. Hamburg coming in about 12. Looking at what we see here, Berlin is about 12 as well. Sliding up a little bit more. Copenhagen coming in at 13. I'm surprised, and we see a little bit cooler there. Looks like the wind is blowing different directions there in the Netherlands. We see this streaming through here, and I'm wondering where the low is sitting. Must be right there, and that's what we've got. So warmer temperatures in some places, but looks like Wales a little bit cooler. And up in Scotland, cooler as well. And old Irish Monkland, probably about 8 degrees Celsius there in Doolin right now. And that is kind of what we see there. And Sweden, Stockholm, 8 degrees. Oslo coming in at about 7. Riga, 8. St. Petersburg, only 3. Moscow coming in at 0. And sliding over a little bit more to our wonderful Iceland, and seeing 3, 4, 5 degrees up here on the peninsula, depending on where you are. And that is not that bad. Even some spots here maybe close to the airport, about 6 degrees Celsius. 5 degrees in the capital city of Reykjavik. And let's switch over to precipitation. Not going to dwell on this too much here, because we're supposed to get flakes. And this is that snow that's probably going to be hitting us tomorrow. And we see that already. So northern portions up in the Northwest Territories in the Yukon, and coming into northern British Columbia, they definitely are getting snow. And starting to climb over the Rocky Mountains as well into Alberta. So, yuck. I'm not seeing too much in the other places like Manitoba and Northern Ontario. A little bit of rain around the Great Lakes. And we're seeing here in Quebec has got a little bit. Looks dry in most of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland, Labrador, all those areas not getting too much. Here's a system that is bringing in a bunch of moisture, and there's a low sitting there. So Oregon and Washington are getting some rain. It's probably needed there to quell any potential fires in the future. Looking at the bottom end of what we see down here in Texas, going into the U.S. Boca Chica probably getting rained out right about now, so that's right in this area. Sliding back over to what we've got here in Florida, a few storms. Not sure, that's not really huge or anything, but they'll still be passing through for those good folks. And probably raining for Grandma B right now. We do see these bands coming up here all the way into Pennsylvania and all that up in the top. So same thing goes along with what's coming up in Ohio and that area. So that may help with some lake effect snow in the future. And let's take a very quick look here. This storm definitely hitting the area here. I'm not sure what islands are actually in here. Jamaica definitely would have been getting nailed with that. And depending on if that heads north, poor Jamaicans are going to have a bad time on stay inside. And anyway, I know, a bad Jamaican accent. I've never been there, so I don't know how they talk. I gotta get used to that. Sorry, Doc, it was rain when I send it over to Berta. Don't be sending it over here, Bob. I don't want it. It's not for me. I want palm trees and sunshine. Anyway, we see that Brazil is getting some, and again, Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo down there getting nailed with some of that from that big stream. And there's that high sitting there, the other high over here. There's the high. I knew it was here somewhere. And the low in between, I didn't notice that guy before. But bottom end of Chile is still chilly and getting nailed. And here we got New Zealand, not bad, not too much rain. Top end a little bit up on the North Island, and I thought there'd be more rain here where it's a lot colder on that side, but we're not seeing that. But we do see that low, and that low is creating a huge storm and drawing all that colder air in, and of course cold air, warm air mixed together, and poof, out comes the moisture. And that's what's happening in the bottom end of Australia as well as Tasmania. And even up in Oz country, she's getting rain up there. So that's what we've got right now. Looking out in our Tonga area, and those poor people are getting some of that snow. Sorry, not snow, rain. They're getting rain. And here, this is what I was looking for. Normally, when you see this area, the ocean cools off in here when you have a La Nina, and the trade winds are pushed up north a little bit, right around the equator, and that's exactly a really good shape for what it would be looking like. So the colder water comes in this way, and of course then it creates all these storms over on this side. When you have El Nino, they have nicer weather over here, and the storms end up over on this side. So that's the big difference. And looking at what we see here, that Nalgae has moved up a little bit further north towards Taiwan. So it'll probably make landfall somewhere down on the bottom end of China and Taiwan. Looking at what we see here in Japan, pretty nasty stuff there as well. Kamchatka Peninsula, not that bad, but we see these horrible lows pulling all that cold air down from the north. And of course, this high is not got enough warm air to push up to get rid of them. And that is what we've got. All right, looking at Indian Ocean, a couple of lows. I'm probably going to see some stormy action there as well. And if we zoom back out a little bit, we see these stringers, and that is all because of the lows that are really down on the bottom here. And we see a little bit of rain on the western side of Madagascar, probably not a bad thing. And stuff going on down in South Africa. And actually, the anything below the Sahara Desert really is getting a rain. So, but this area here, Congo and stuff like that, that is rainforest. That's what's to be expected. And then we go up here, and it looks like even a little bit of rain in Saudi Arabia and Iraq and the top end of Iran. And I don't know what else is in here. Portions of Turkey are getting rain. And any rain for Piggy? And I don't see anything coming for Piggy. So no rain for Piggy today or tomorrow or the next day. Sliding over, and looks pretty dry in Italy, Sicily, and New Irish Monk land, and those areas. Nothing until you get into France, and we see some storms there in the southeastern portion of France. A little bit of rain in the western Germany and up by Berlin, nothing too severe. Denmark looking not too bad. For the most part, and bottom end of Sweden and Norway, not bad either, and not till you get up into the top portions there you see snow and ice rain, and of course in Finland as well, and not good. I don't want to go over here. It looks horrible. Let's go back over here though, and look at what's happening to England. And looks like Wales is getting nailed with rain. Northern portions of England also a lot of rain, and it's going to all move in and through Scotland as well. Irish Monkland, I don't know if we're going to see more rain there. He might be coming back to see a lot of this. This of course has to move in this way somewhere. And some of these streams look like they're going to head right into that area. We do see that low is the cause. We need to get rid of it. And then we see here in Iceland, not good, not good. And Reykjavik, of course, not getting rain right now, but we see actually Ragnar would be out of the rain right now. That would be pretty cool, but the rest of the areas look like they are getting some rain and snow. Lots and lots of snow. So we might see a volcano with some snow action here. Unfortunately, over here, there is no snow. It'll get melted anyway. But that would just make for bad visibility with more snow in there. And golly gee, snow in Greenland. Go figure. Anyway, let's go take a look at the coldest temperature on the planet, and let's see what we can come up with. And let's see what we can find. Okay, minus 54 so far. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more here. Minus 54, 55. And what else we got? I see minus 55. And boy, if minus 55 is all they got, that is not very much. 47, 48. And no, not seeing anything colder than minus 48 there. And we got, yeah, minus 55 right about there. And let's see if there's anything colder than minus 55. And I don't see anything. Minus 55. I don't think there is anything colder. I'm going to stick with that. And, our coldest temp I found was minus 55. Wow. Sue and Kananaskis found it as well. under the high pressure. Hey, don't tell everybody, Casey. That is not good. And it is, that's it. We've got a tie, and that's all right. It is a minus 55 degrees Celsius for our lowest temperature. And that's in the southern continent. Now find the coldest one up here in the northern continent. And I guarantee you it'll be minus 33 in Iceland, or sorry, Greenland. Again, I want to change the names. I'm going to swap the names, okay? That'll really mess up the good people who are going back to Iceland when they come home. Said, look, you don't have a passport for this country. This is called Greenland now. Yeah, I think that'd be hilarious. What I love the cold temp game. Well, hey, you got to do what you got to do, and we know that it is cold in some of those places. And northern Australia, of course, is where it's the hottest right now. At those, what did we say, minus or plus 40 degrees Celsius. There's 39 there, and 42 is what I see. So that's your hot spot today if you want to get a real good tan. Oh, my plus 43 there in Australia, and that's it. So that's all we got, you guys, and I don't know what else. That's it. I think we're good for today, and I want to say a a big thank you to all our wonderful super chatters and those good people who threw in the gift memberships, and that it's all awesome, you guys, and I really do appreciate each and every one of them. So I'm going to go through the list, and Oz gifted one, Grandma B gifted one, Mona Alfano gifted one, Kevin Haynes gifted one, Irish Monk gifted 10, and then Thor threw in a super chat. Irish Monk threw in 2 fantastic super chats, and Old Mummy of Hamsters also threw in a wonderful super chat. So a big thank you to each and every one of you. Also a big thanks to the internet is full of people and temps. So 97 Celsius on your black tarmac. No, not 97 Celsius, 37 Celsius, and 97 degrees Fahrenheit. Isn't that what people are? Something like that, if you shoot them with a gun. And yep, it is a long show. Of course it's Halloween, so I didn't mind doing that, stretching it out a little bit, and it's all fun and having a little bit of joy come out of this. So big thank you again to all the super chatters and the gifters, and I do appreciate that wonderful support. You guys are kind and awesome, and thank you very much for that. Also, a big thank you out to each and every one of you who has been in here in the stream and doing your thing. Really, I do appreciate having you here as part of the Lava family, and makes me feel good. And I'm glad what I've created is lasting and continuing to be here. So thank you very much, everyone. That is really, really super. And on that note, also big thank you to Arizona Snowman Piggy, and Piggy has done a wonderful job again with all the bacon seeds and carvings that she sent in. So that is super awesome. And also a big thanks to C&D Boy and those other guys for helping out, like Gary 24/7 AZ Skies, 24/7 Live AZ Skies, and that's awesome. And thanks for being here as moderators and supporting. Irish Monk says, thank you, Dr. Fox. You make it clear that old man can still talk. Old man can talk? Wow. I feel honored, or do I feel old? Either way, Irish monk, thanks, buddy, and appreciate that. On those friendly notes, be good, everyone. Take care of yourselves, and by all means, keep smiling, and happy Halloween to each and every one of you. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, have a wonderful night, and please, most of all, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Take care, everyone. Have a good night. Oink, oink.